Well, happy Monday, the 17th of November, 2025. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my live stream virtual trading journal. Stream to YouTube for transparency and accountability, basically. Also, it provides me the ability to review the streams on any other device, which is pretty handy. I use standing desks only here in my office, and so I'm standing up from around 6 in the morning or a little before until around 1900 in the afternoon. It's nice to be able to not have to be standing here sometimes. Okay, so this is not for financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that. What this is, again, is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I'm watching on my screens is captured on the video, and then my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. Also, the times on my screens and that I refer to is Central Standard Time. There's a disclaimer in the description. I think you have to say that for, I don't know, crazy reasons. Too many lawyers in the world. Reasons, I guess. I'm not funded in any way, so I'm in it for the likes and subs, and drop something in the chat. That's always great. Where you are, what you think, is this working, questions, whatever it might be. What else have I got going on here? Oh, I stream 1440p, so if it's not crystal clear on your side, look at the gear on YouTube. And the idea of this stream, as I said, is my virtual trading journal. So it's absolutely transparent and accountable, fully accountable. This is a live funded account, funded by me. It's an AMP futures account. And all the trades that I take here are live, and they're very graphically displayed on YouTube, on Bookmap, which is this one. And also, we'll copy through the day. So let's get on with the numbers here. Start the pre-market. Well, I guess the children have decided to get back to work in DC. That's pretty handy, isn't it? They get paid like $250,000 or more a year, and I guess they can't be bothered to do their job. Pretty ridiculous. So here is the reporting for today. We have Empire State out, which is already come and gone. Kind of light today. This is investing.com, which is, first of all, the news sources I use, and there are two, investing.com and Financial Juice, are both free. You can pay for them if you want to, but I don't do that. Because I want people that watch the stream to have the same resources as me and not have a problem. You can filter it for your time zone, your anything you want. Country, time zone, reports, 1 star, 2 star, 3 stars, any kind of thing you want to do. Also, we've got a pretty big week, not a big busy week in earnings. This is the tail end of the earnings season, but right here is a real important number. Imagine $4.62 trillion. That's a lot of money. We've got some of the home builders this week, which is going to give some indication as to the housing market. Got some retail stuff with Walmart. But most importantly, I think the big focus is going to be on NVIDIA, which is, of course, the top of the Mag 7. Coming up for the week, in reports, well, we've got, now that they're getting back to work, I guess the government's going to start pushing out some of the numbers. thought we were going to get, yeah, we got initial jobless and we're going to get non-farm payrolls on Thursday at 7:30. Whoa, there's a biggie for September, because they were all busy running around in circles. Wow. Well, that's pretty incredible. And then we've got the S&Ps and the PMIs and all the typical reporting that we expect from our government, as they're getting around to doing that again, I guess. So good for them. All right, the next reporting that I do, or news that I use, is Financial Juice. I don't like the docket particularly for in terms of snapping and posting to other websites. I much prefer this one. It's cleaner look to me. Get back to today. There we go. But Financial Juice does have a little bit more proactive. Like they will add, here's Trump speaking, okay? Investing.com doesn't have that. It just has scheduled financial news or reports. So Financial Juice adds this random stuff in here. Well, we've got him twice. We got him at 1,300 and then we got him at 1,700. I think they had a pretty bad week with this Epstein story. And then on the right side, we have much more of a squawk box feel. Okay, let's get to the pre-market, which is the whole point here, isn't it? This is my investing.com, my basic charting package. You see that it's full session. These are the micro ES-NQ micro composite on the micro ES and the regular ES market profile. I also plot and push the session prices and levels for the regular minis, which I normally trade, but I'll talk about how I'm working this a little bit. So let's get to the overnight. What have we got? Just look at the overnight, step back, take a deep breath, and what have we done? Well, here's the close on Friday, and here's the open last night. Right there, huh? Right there. Now, see that line? Where did we trade today? Well, all night we were about 80% long until right here. Long inventory. Now they've corrected back down. So they're balancing it out. And you can see that by the profile, isn't it? My guess would be, or my anticipation this morning, is that we'll have an open auction. In other words, we won't necessarily have responsive selling or buying. We were long way up here, but now they've corrected that inventory. So I will be looking for a balanced open auction. Start opening today. This is the micro composite chart. Hold on one second. Sorry about that. Okay. This is the micro composite. Notice that it is the RTH session only. These are daily candlesticks. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And this is completely subjective. You can do this any way you want to go. at presently. So what I have here is my micro composite as of now. And by drawing this volume profile, the way I have the profile set up, it generates the high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green lines here, those values, and they push automatically to bookmap. And I automatically enter the micro composite volume points of control, like here and here, which are drawn automatically by the program, but I don't push them automatically to bookmap. Bookmap, or the IRT, also pushes the session prices directly to bookmap. And this is the market profile again. So we're down across the board up here so far with the few stocks or instruments that I track. And volume is about normal, I'm going to guess. Not going to bother looking at it. And let's get back to the business at hand here, which is bookmap. Now, this is the execution platform and bookmap, right? It's a heat map and whatever. So here, first of all, this is the dome or the ladder or the price book or whatever you want to call it. These are the prices, and this is the resting liquidity at each price. This is the micro composite column where I enter these values automatically. And this, I think I need to take that beauty out because it's been revisited by price. The question is, has the low been taken out? We'll look at that in a second. These are the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from bookmap, or from IRT to bookmap. And the full session volume profile. Now, this started plotting at 1700 last night. We'll continue through 1600 today. So this is the full session or the Globex. This is not ETH. The RTH session, which will restart, or I will definitely force it to, at 8:30 this morning. And this is my notes column, which is quite important to me, where I enter the statistics for the associated prices, etc. And these are the price session prices, which are pushed from IRT to bookmap. Now, the first thing to say here is that there's no indicator on my charts or my bookmap. I trade no magical, mystical anything. This is all absolutely driven by price data and probabilities, period. And these are all very simple. That's the second part. It's the KISS principle here. So POC, point of control. Ooh, what's that? Well, nothing special. It is simply marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So if you look over here, 2,837 contracts have traded at 76.25 so far in the overnight. The minute one of these other prices has 28.38, this line is going to move there. Boy, is that tough, huh? There's a Globex VWAP, which is, you could consider this an indicator because it's calculated. It's the volume weighted average price. There's also a RTH volume weighted average price, VWAP, and there's a Globex or a RTH mid, period. So there you are. Now, we do also have a couple of lines which sometimes give people trouble. If I can find them here somewhere. I don't see them. But they're here somewhere, I promise you. What I'm talking about here is the, well, it would be right here under this, I guess. What I'm talking about is the IB high and the IB low. And and I'm not seeing those, which has got me kind of concerned. I did some stuff with my data over the weekend, and I hope I didn't break something. The initial balance high and the initial balance low are nothing more complicated than the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all there is to it. And they're marked with the green lines. So let's get on to the open type now. That's really important. The first thing I do is change the title of this column to the open type for the day. So I'm going to configure that column. And I know that it's going to happen to be lower in range. How did I know that? Real easy. First of all, there's only 4 open types. Higher out of range, higher in range, lower in range, lower out of range. The 2 extremes are gaps, of course. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the close? Lower. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? It's within range. You can see that over here, perhaps a little bit better. Here's yesterday's RTH session, Friday's RTH session, and here's the close. Where are we trading now? Lower than the close and within range. So we're lower in range. That dictates which study I use. I'm worried about this initial balance here because that's pretty freaking important to me and everybody else. So I'm going to have to kind of be thinking and talking at the same time, which is always tricky for me. So how do we do the statistics? Well, very simply, we use the homework study here, which is in IRT. Now, IRT very conveniently highlights the correct open type, but it will only do so after 8:30, right? So we've determined now we're going to open lower in range. The way this study works is very simple, like everything else. It looks back over 1,620 trading days, 1,620 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower in range 475 of them. Of the days we opened lower in range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.6% of the time. Overnight, I almost made a mistake because we're going to enter new values. I got to clear the ones from last Friday, right? There we go. So we're going to open lower in range 80.6, right? And that, boys and girls, is just how complicated it gets right there. The overnight mid is 82.3, and that is somewhere right there. Oh, and I didn't get it lined up very well, did I? I'm worried about that initial balance. That's I hope I didn't break something when I was trying to I was trying to increase the efficiency and streamline or clean up IRT essentially. And all I'm going to do now is just run down the list. Overnight mid, overnight volume point of control. Previous close is 73.9. Let's see if we can find that over here. 73.9. Previous close is 67.65. So 67.65 is right there. So they closed right on the POC from yesterday, according to this. So we're going to go, what is it? 73.9. I'm worried that these aren't working, in case you can't tell. Next, we have the IB high, which is 69.7. Okay. See if I can figure that out over here. 69.7%. I'm not seeing the initial balance high, nor am I seeing it over here, and it should be on either side of this. There it might be there. I'm afraid that's not pushing and that something's happened here, which has got me pretty disappointed. Should see it labeled here. That's got me worried now. That's a real important value for me. That's what I base my trading on. So I'm going to break off of this. Overnight low is 66.7. That's got me pretty Unfortunately, I should have looked this over. I couldn't really do it last night, I guess, but when I make these changes over the weekend, the data's off, right? I'll reload here and make sure we've got a fresh load of data. Boop, boop, boop. Overnight low, IB low, value area high. Previous low is 53.9. And that's probably way down below us somewhere. This thing's not doing very well, I'm sorry to say. Previous close. Not very good. Previous high, previous low. We got no values here. I've got to redo the. I'm going to redo the data now. So let's move on to the next order of events, which is the something I typically do. Let's redo the data. It didn't pick up all the data. What's the matter? So anyhow. While this is refreshing, I'm going to do something that's real important, which is being able to trade on Bookmap. And the way you do that, you must activate the trade control panel by clicking that padlock. And then you need to select a way to interact with the market and trade with your mouse. If you select chart, the only place you can trade with the mouse is right here in the chart column. If you choose DOM, the only place you can trade with your mouse are the DOM columns, and both is, as you might suspect, both. I'm going to also use multi-brackets, which is how I trade. And this is the mechanical application of the risk-neutral system to my trading. So the first thing you need to do is understand that the smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot. Because you need to have an even number of contracts. And then you establish the stop loss for the entire package. And the first criteria that you need to use for that, of course, is first thing you need to use for that, I'm not getting the data download that I expected, is your account risk management, your account risk parameters, etc. Once you've established this base package and stop, the first risk neutral target is automatic because it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative and for half of the package. Then you have a runner. And you can have various runners and various packages, 4-lot, whatever it is. Set that up yourself based on what you know how to do. Okay, now, notice that I have all these metrics here. You can turn these off and on, by the way. And they are the same as the metrics here. Now, I don't need any of the other functionality in the trade control panel because I use multi-brackets. So, I confirm the 2-lot size of the package and I can turn this back off. Now I get my real estate back but it stays green, padlock's unlocked. We can trade with a risk neutral 2-lot package. So that's set up and ready to go. And I'm not sure what the hell, why I don't have any of this data across here. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird here. I've got this string of zeros here, and I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what I might have done that screwed that up. I was trying to increase the function, or, the efficiency of the system, but it certainly didn't do any good. As far as I can see. Huh. That's pretty weird. Pretty weird indeed. I don't know what's there's this blank data. I'm not getting any. Now this is a snap I do for the Traders Lab. And you will ask yourself, what the hell is that? Well, it is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. And it is, wow, sorry, I'm trying to think and talk and I can't do that. It's a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B, who is a professional trader, I guess I would say, and has been doing it 46 years. Now, he's not he doesn't trade live. He doesn't trade live, and he doesn't ever call trades. So there you go. It's called the Traders Lab. It's a bookmap Discord chat room. And I believe it's the real deal. I believe he's genuine. Says he's been trading since 1946, or since about 1980, 46 years, and I think that's probably correct. So now I got to try to figure out what is exactly going on, and we're going to open here in a minute and a half, and that's really annoying. I'll look in. I mean, my data and my trade data is correct. It's the historical part, not pushing to bookmap, or not pushing to the bookmap, and also to the session levels, I suppose. I got to figure this all out. And I'm not seeing, well, there's the IB low and the IB high. Why aren't those pushing across? I don't know. We'll see what happened. I changed some of this stuff and maybe I broke it. That can happen. But after all, the purpose of this mission is to trade, isn't it? Not be a data provider for everybody on the planet. And we're going to open in about 30 seconds. So I'm real curious to see if we're going to get a reset as expected over here on the volume column, which I have not been getting very successful with yet either. And there we go. There's the open. And this stupid damn thing didn't reset. So let's see if it will now. There we go. Okay. This is irritating as hell. I will start throwing in my migrating volume points of control flags here just to see what we see. And I'll change the IRT to the full session. We got a big lag. Still, I was trying to get away from that. Didn't seem to help. Quite annoying. What's going on here? This moved all around. Okay. God damn, this is irritating. I, try to fix stuff and don't seem to get anywhere with it. Well, that seems to be working pretty good and pretty quick. Let's see what happened now. What I did was I chopped out a bunch of the historical data and whatnot, and maybe that's part of the problem. Okay, let's look at the, now save the, I'm now converting the full session to RTH so that those session prices are correct, assuming that they push. Maybe I need to do something different here. I don't know. Okay. Well, that's pretty freaking disappointing. I will have to say. Well, we've got an IB low over here today, and we've got an IB high, which is pretty cool. It isn't in the right spot exactly right now, but that's because we're trading up, so that's good. Goddamn. I'm gonna, frankly, I'm going to shut bookmap down, IRT down, and restart it. Wait for these lags to flush out. Wait for the data to get up to speed and flush these lags out, which is pretty gonna happen here. What happened? What did I miss? Who's on third? I don't know. What's going on? What's going on? Okay, so let me just see here. Get my flags up to date now for the timestamps. Jesus. Busier than a one-arm paper hanger here. Well, okay. We've got an IB high, we got an IB low. These are both good things, boys and girls. We've taken out a stat or two. We've got the overnight VPOC above us, and something happened to, well, we got the mid one. Okay, any gaps? No. And I was looking at this little business right here, and I don't think we've got any gap there at current price. So I'm going to say that this gap from the 13th is going to go away. Boop. Now let's see if there's a gap low looking down here that I didn't get. $60.71. We didn't. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Damn it. That doesn't make any sense. I'm not seeing these gaps. What I'm talking about is gaps in the micro composite. Have I got this goofed up somehow or another? I got to look at that. What I typically do for my workflow is to change, I typically change the text to black to let myself know that the level has been revisited, okay? Now, I wish I hadn't deleted that other one, but I know that it was the high from the 13th. Something's crazy here. Pretty crazy. There's no gap over there. There's no gap. Here's the 13th. You notice right here, okay? There's the 13th, and there's the 12th, and there's the 14th. Well, that's bullshit. There's no gap there. Those gaps been closed a long time ago. Okay. I don't know what's going on there, but I guess I'm asleep at the wheel. I redid this, I don't know what I did. Anyway, never mind. Okay. What I didn't do is I was too busy doing some stuff about my trade management here. Now, here's here's what you can take from my concept of trading. Here is, don't forget, this is Friday now. Here's our open. Straight up. Not much of an open auction yet, is it? That's kind of looking a lot like responsive buying. However, we're still well within range. We've come across this low volume area, and let's see what's going to happen. I'm busy trying to figure out what's going on with my data, so excuse me. And my data is fine as far as I'm concerned, but I push and share openly these session prices for the NQ, the MNQ, and the ES, the MES, and the NQ with a lot of people in Static and Traders Lab and around. And anybody here that would like to have these session prices, which are pushed live automatically from 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday, drop something, like, subscribe, and drop something in the chat, and I'll hook you up. It's a URL to a Google CSV. No problem. You can put it in the cloud notes or over here in these indicators, or you can use it whatever software you got. No problem. Happy to do it. Now, where are we? I will mention here these in naked volume point of control migrations, or these migrating volume points of control, were flags I used when I kept this timeline at 5 minutes. Okay. And quite soon in the day, these yellow lines, which will continue to plot all day, but they scroll off the left, so I couldn't see where the VPOC had been. I now have a new concept, which is this. And this is a top secret proprietary indicator. And that's the blue boy. I just slap this vertical line on the opening print of each session. And that allows me to have a visual cue. If I glance left and I see this blue line, I know I have the entire session in the chart, visible on my chart. So I can keep a firm understanding and knowledge of where the session has been. What is the context of the session, which I believe to be a really important thing. Next thing I'm going to do is widen this out a bit, where we can get about 1 point if we can. Wow. Well, there's 1 point high. I don't know how long this is going to last. This is 1 point high on the session or the prices, and we've got Blue Boy on duty here now. The minute we get this bigger range pushing out, we're going to have a hard time keeping the 1 point. My logic for doing this is so that I can have a consistent sense of scale. Okay. See if any of these frickin' things are correct here. Let's get an idea where we're going. So that's about 36, I guess. Value area low, is that right? I think I'm going to shut bookmap down, IRT down, and bring it back up, which means that these levels are going to get a little dicey here at the beginning, and they're plotting perfectly. You see that we have the IB high at the high of the first 1 hour. I don't know if I even talked about the session prices or the initial balance because I couldn't find it. The initial balance is an old market profile term, initial balance, meaning what these two levels really actually represent are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's exactly it. Nothing more complicated than that. The overnight mid moved up here. And this has been a terrible start to the morning. Now let me just say this right up front. When I have things like this that throw me off, I'm on tilt a bit, I'm trying to figure out about the data. What's the problem? What did I do over the weekend that might have had some impact on this? I'm going to be real careful anticipating a trade or interacting with the market. Now, I don't have to worry about that until 9:30 because the only trades I'm working are the initial balance trades. But I want to be sure that I've got all of this in place, right? So I'm going to shut bookmap or IRT down here. Let it think about this for a minute and then bring it back up. That's really important that you are aware of yourself. Talk about that a lot later, but you need to be constantly aware of the here and now. Emotionally, am I getting a big adrenaline bump? Am I getting FOMO? All of this monkey mind stuff we'll talk about later, but that's let's see. Obviously, Rhythmic is chugging along with no problems. Now we'll fire up IRT again. I guess we're streaming. I don't know what happened to this. Select the stream. Refresh. Okay. I'll put a text in. I'll put a morning chat in the deal here, so they so I can see if it's working. Boom. Okay, great. So there's a very, very low lag, or very small lag from YouTube this morning. Maybe 10 seconds or 5. That's pretty cool. Well, now we have no lags, which is right here. You see the lag thingy up here? That's pretty cool, huh? Everything seems to be, we can get rid of the naked volume points of control. Well, here was the IB high and low from previously, and there's the IB high and low today, so that's a pretty good deal. What else we got? Let's look over here. This is the mini. Yeah. Pushing that top, huh? Well, right back up to our close from Friday. Doesn't show up over here yet, but that's annoying. I'm going to be really pissed if I broke this stuff somehow. Trying to just, all I did was reduce the look back and the retained data to try to get the calculations down so that I didn't have the lags going on, and it doesn't seem to be helping much. Which is irritating. It's plotting okay on my side, but now notice how the IB line indicator has jumped and the flag is not yet. Well, give it a minute. That's a known condition and it's not an error. The data for this, now it's jumped above it. The data for the flag here in the cloud notes and the line indicator are both pushed simultaneously from IRT to bookmap, and now they're aligned. The difference is I can only set the cloud note refresh to 1 minute, and the boys and girls that made this indicator over here, which you buy from bookmap, obviously coded it up less time, I'm assuming, less delay, or a more frequent refresh. So they'll get off, but once I figured that out, I don't worry about it anymore. And let's put the flag in just to make sure, just because I'm pedantic. There we go. Oops. Well, you're going to be that way, then the hell with you. Cancel. Cancel. This new mouse, I don't know if I like. Oh, well, okay. Then there you go. Go there. Interestingly, that bookmap has now jogged that up again, and it's ahead of, not bookmap, IRT, and it's ahead of bookmap here. Notice that? Over here, you see I have pretty much the same color scheme, and you can see the developing value. You can see the developing POCs, this little yellow line right here. That little jog right there. Okay. Got no lags. That's a good thing. Yeah, settle down a little. Go get something to drink, have a tea. And we approached the 9 o'clock hour. No reports, nobody on third that I know of. Remember that there is a ever-present other thing for that? Yeah. Unidentified critical risk potential. Not political under any circumstance here, but let's get over to the reports. Now, these are the reports. They're scheduled. They've been scheduled for years. This week, this is going to be a little atypical, but if you've been trading more than 15 minutes, you know that the non-farm payroll, this is atypical, but this non-farm payroll report right there is typically scheduled the first Friday of every month at 7:30 in the morning. Now, they've moved it to Thursday in this month because of this government shutdown. But we know this is coming up, and it is a huge event. We know this is coming for years. That's a scheduled, understood risk. You can mitigate your risk. What we don't know, and fortunately for Financial Juice and the White House, or those folks, they're trying to we're getting a little more heads up here for stuff that may come in. Speakers like Miran or Bissett or Trump, of course, those are unidentified, unrecognized, hugely critical risk. Very, very critical. And if you don't think I'm serious, what's going on now? This right here is 229 handles, points, sell-off in the MES, similar in the MS, in the ES. This is the result of a completely random, out-of-the-sky tweet at 10 o'clock in the morning. The reasons for the tweet were not real. The threatened reaction to in the tweet never materialized. Okay, that's up to them if that's what they want to do. But if you were in a trade and you didn't have a stop and targets, manage your risk, you got hammered really bad. Unexpected, unidentified critical risk. Now, what I recommend and what I am doing, that tells me that I'm going to only trade absolutely vetted setups, A-plus setups that have been vetted very thoroughly with data, and I will minimize my exposing my account to market risk. And that's prudent. It's got nothing to do with politics or opinion or anything else. But this is a business, and your business, your job as a trader is to manage your risk and protect and grow your account. So this is a potential problem for your account right here. Unless you happen to get lucky and we're short, then it worked out pretty good. But that's also something to be careful about when things that you don't plan or things that aren't real, shall we say, work out. You got to be really careful of that. I actually had a chapter for that somewhere. I'm going to not mess with repositioning this damn thing any more than I absolutely have to here. Okay. Irritating. All right. So this mouse is busy resetting itself and doing all kind of hocus pocus. Got no lags. I may nuke this NQ micros. I don't know. Anyway, where are we? Well, we're up here and we're just getting ready to tag out Mr. Guess Who? Overnight volume point of control. We've taken out the mid. We've taken out everybody, right? And the mid was actually higher. And I know right now what's wrong. I've got way too much mouse going on here. Ah, there we go. Let's get it back down to 2400. This freaking mouse. I can hit the buttons and this damn thing jumps all over the place. Right there. Okay. I don't want that to be 3200. I want it to be 2400. God damn it. Stop that. Those two buttons are too close to the left button for me, and I keep hitting them. I want to just lock the damn thing and forget about it. I got to do that this evening. Never, just my advice, never make any changes to your trading methodology, your trade plan, your, any of that stuff during the live market. That's all your job during the overnight or during your study period or your homework session or whatever in the hell you want, however you want to look at it. All right, what's happened? Who's on third? Are we rich yet? What's the deal there? Great. So welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. Drop in a thumbs up or something like that. 9 o'clock approaching, hey? First 30-minute bracket is getting ready to set. I'm trying to figure out if everything's working okay here. Let me see what's going on over here. Well, it looks like we're okay on this end. Now what I'm going to do is a top secret thing. This is my backtesting tab. The rules for the vetted trade, which I have done. We'll go through all of this backtesting stuff later. These are the specific rules for the initial balance trades. There are two. There's an IB continuation and an IB failure for the IB high and for the IB low. Why is this line here all real bright and shiny? I don't understand that. Let's see, do we have something going on here that I'm not aware of? I bet we do. Now we're going to get rid of that right there. And we're going to delete that. Those are the two longs, okay? Now what we're going to do is, these are this is the continuation zone, the IB high, the trigger zone, the IB failure. So there's an IBC and an IBF. top and bottom, IB high, IB low, okay? And they're plotting over here. Now, you don't see these zone lines yet because it's not 9:30. The only trades I'm taking are the initial balance trades. What I'm going to do now is send this system, hold on, let's set up the back test. We're at 500 days. We don't need that, do we? Let's go to 1. Okay. And what's the look back over here? View period. 5 days. Let's make this 1 day. And see if that does something. Oh, well, we don't want to do that because it's only today, doesn't it? Let's look at 2 days, I guess. That's kind of, oops. Let's make it 2. There we go. Now we're going to see 2 days. And there's the RTH session. 2 days. There's nothing behind us. And let's send this to the chart. Now, quit that. This is going to plot T1, T2, profit band, and apply. And okay. If and when and why this is doing this. Oh, it's because of yesterday. It's because of, I don't like that at all. I don't want to have these profit targets over here and it thinking that we're still in a trade long. Do you understand? I'm not used to dealing. I mean, I've only started doing this. The first time I did this was Friday. Now, what's going to happen is if I scroll back here, you're going to see a trade right there. Ooh, right there. And it was true. And it was a winner and I took it. But I don't want that to be the case today because we're not looking at yesterday or Friday. We're looking at today. So we're going to change the view period to 1. And now we still see that son of a bitch. Whoops, that's no good, is it? I don't like that. Well, this is all fun, right? I guess it doesn't matter then. I guess I can put that in. Here's what I'm trying to achieve. And sorry I'm fumbling about here, but this is all new and I can only do this in now. You know, I can only do it in the RTH session. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I can only do this in the RTH session. Come on. This goddamn new mouse I don't like either. Reference. 2. Keeps now at 6,400. I hate that. You see it? Oh, you can't see that from me. Okay. Now I'm going to get this damn thing down to, what happens if I just mash this? Will it stay there? This is a real, this is an definite sign to me to be extremely careful. Take a deep breath. Now, I'm not going to be worrying about, I don't like the fact that this is plotting like this. It should not be, I don't think. And what I want to be sure of is, well, we'll see. We'll just have to see. What I did last week on that trade, and it worked great, was left this run live. And as the signals start to come on and my back-tested trades start to appear, then it takes the trade. And I know to check for my A, B, and C signals and go look at and trade live on Bookmap. That's how I'm doing it. So right now we're just kind of fluffing around here. I don't like the fact that it's still thinking this trade is live. And let me do one other thing. Let me make sure I wasn't backtesting something. And so this is how I set up what if stuff, right? So there's a 12 tick stop, there's a 12 tick T1, there's a 48 tick T2. That's the basic package which we have set up in the book map. Stops are outside. Okay, and no trailer. All right, so that part is set properly. Gosh, I'm disappointed about that. I don't know. And the reason I don't know that, what I'm what I'm fluffing around about here is that this system is being let me start over. The computer is evaluating all of these rules over each 1 minute bar. And part and parcel of this code which I've built is that it will not enter a trade while you have a position on. That makes sense, doesn't it? So I'm going to be sure to know I'm going to have to put a position size up here to make sure where we are. And these are something else. These are just so that I can make sure the V pound variables are being set where they ought to be. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to see. So remember now, I'm only trading the initial balance trades, which is what this is. I have two variations of that, a continuation or a failure based on the IB high or low. And we'll see we'll see what happens. That's all you can do, isn't it? So far, my trading has been going pretty well for the month. 200 and, I don't know, somebody in 80 or 40 or something like that ticks. Let me see what we see now. Let's get back to the bookie mappy reality deal here, the reality show. I need a cup of tea too, or a glass of green. I drink gallons of green tea all day. Huh? What's the previous NVPOC? Really? That doesn't seem right. Okay. I don't know what to tell you here, boys and girls. I'm going to get over here and hope for the best. Quite high volume at this time now. I thought I had that all figured out. Well, so much for that responsive buying. Where are we now? Ooh, there's the open right down there, isn't there? Right about there. I've still been able to keep it at $1 high here, or a point wide. But notice who snuck off behind the barn? Old Blue Boy over here. We're going to have to spank that guy. There we go. I've worked out a scaling or a sizing methodology that I'll talk about later. Put together a tool for it and sheets, and which is a work in progress, but I think it makes a lot of sense, and it may be helpful. I'm going to step away and water up here, so get your trading shoes on there. Every time I step away, something great happens. Okay. So now let's talk about the initial balance stat and what I am doing here. Well, first of all, the trades that I have vetted and that we're talking about over here are the initial balance trades. Yeah. And I've talked about that, and they are based around the initial balance statistic. From earlier conversation in the pre-market, we know that the initial balance is nothing more than the high or low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So, in other words, it will be set at the bottom of this hour at 0930 because this is Central Standard Time. What the hell does all that mean? Well, it means that there is a statistic which is widely known by lots of folks. And it is right, there we go, right here. There is a greater than 97.8% probability, right here, that the IB high or the IB low will be exceeded by price at some point in the balance of this RTH trading session. Now, look here. For today, in today's specific open type, lower in range, how amazing I got that right. It's 98.3%. That means there's a 1.7% probability that this high or low will not be exceeded by price at some point in this RTH trading session. That's one hell of a statistic, isn't it? The key to it is in the balance of the RTH trading session. What does that mean? Well, it means that at some point from 9:30 until 1600, where did it go? Goddamn mouse. Sorry. See that? Oh, okay. So between 16, I'll leave it at 1200 and see what happens. At some point between 9:30 and 1600, this level, assuming we don't increase it, or this level will be exceeded by price. Now, until 9:30, we do not have a statistic. Price can go up, price can go down until 9:30. So, there's a couple of things that you need to think about that I think are important to think about. First is, there is no trade, there is no initial balance continuation or failure or initial balance statistic until 9:30, which is 10 minutes. 11 minutes. What does that mean? Well, it means don't get your knickers in a knot and get all excited, and try to trade to the statistic or, oh, I think we're going to go there. That's a real bad plan, believe me. And that's the voice of wisdom speaking there. Voice of experience, let's put it that way. The voice of experience speaking there. Bop back over here. What have we got? Nothing. Because there's no initial balance. I'm real curious to see if the system has figured out that this trade is not active anymore and therefore it's closed out. We take a new trade. It didn't do this previously. So beats the hell out of me. Yeah. Beats me. what I'm going to be watching for here are the three signals, an A, a B, and a trigger. And I want to be sure that they happen at the same time as they are supposed to with the system. This chart in no way connects to the system typically. I built it for myself to see that things were, to confirm visually that things were happening when and where they were supposed to. That's the reason and these lines and levels here, these zones, are just custom indicators that I plotted on this thing, having nothing to do with anything else. And boy, I wish I could get that stupid thing off of there. Okay, so there you go. Now, at 9:30, right down here. Oh, by the way, on my monitors and stuff, if you notice on the stream that I stream the entire monitor, not just the application. So for transparency's sake, anybody can see any other programs I have up and going. And you can also see the computer clock in hours, minutes, and seconds, and the date, which ties across to both Bookmap and IRT. This thing still didn't pull up the it still didn't pull up the wherever I am over here. Pull up the previous low, high. Got most of them, but we didn't get the glowbacks, and we did bring in a bunch of more now, which is kind of cool. What I was looking for here was a previous RTH. I guess I don't have the IBs in here. All right, well, and you can shut these naked volume points of control off too. That's gets a little bright, I think. All right, I'm real curious to see what the hell is going to happen with the system, because we're not in a trade, and it's still showing this. The way I've set these up is they are the high and low. I mean, they're T1 and T2 for the trade, which it took, and that's no question about that. But typically it doesn't keep those on there, you know. I don't know why it's plotting them across like this. It was fine. It was over here. This is the end of the day. And there's also some things that happen with IRT around the weekends, I've noticed. And let me share that I've been doing IRT stuff since 2014, maybe, when I first started learning volume profile, not market profile, football. Okay, let's get back to the point at hand here. Oh, I'm so happy for you to do that, you son of a bitch. Well, I got to get this hub open and just set this stupid thing for one. I'm sick of it. It jumps from 1200 up to 6400, which means it can just be flying out. This is DPI, dots per inch. I'm not that game certified, you know. I've never played, here's one for you. I've never played a computer game in my life. And I have no interest in doing that. And I approach trading as a statistical business of probabilities, with the goal as consistent profitability and support as my business. I don't approach it as gambling or a video game or any kind of an adrenaline thing. In fact, if I feel those things coming in with that, back a few minutes, be aware of the here and now, I push the mouse away. That's the last thing I want to have happen. So we've got 4.5 minutes, and they just keep banging her down there. They've managed to get us off the beaten path here. Where's Blue Boy hanging out? Oh, he's over there. Okay. Notice that when I bring enough data in to catch Blue Boy, it brings this stuff up here, which is the IB low, and we lose our 1 point high. It's now 1.25. No, 2.25. 1.25, I guess. I don't know. It's something. Okay. So the going to be ready to ready to rumble here pretty quick. The statistic will become active in about 3 minutes, and I will be able to anticipate a trade. Now, one of the beautiful things about having only taking vetted, properly identified, and set up trades is nothing's a surprise. Like I said, it's not an adrenaline rush or a video game or anything. I anticipate when I'm going to interact with the market and trade, right? I see a trade start to set up. I've got 3 rules, A, B, and C, A, B, and trigger on those 2 setups. So nothing's a big surprise. I don't need to hurry. I can keep myself like this. When I want to scroll in to get ready to trade, I can do so. That's a pretty big deal, I think. In my opinion, if your trading is in any way an adrenaline rush, you need to review your trading. Your plan only trades, vetted statistics, vetted setups. I don't know what else to say, but I can tell you that if it's an adrenaline rush and you're clicking that mouse like you're killing snakes, it's probably not going to end well for you. Probably not going to end well for you. In my opinion. Here, sorry about that. Banging and clanging and doing all kinds of. Well, we're approaching the 1 minute. I should have been a football guy and given it the 2-minute warning. Got a flag over here, I guess. This new mouse is just a little bit small. I don't like it. Don't like it. And now you see it's changed itself around again, and I didn't do that. Goddamn thing. I don't want it to be 64 DPI. I can't even control the mouse. I don't even know where the goddamn thing's going here. And I don't want that to be the case. So I'm going to go down a level. Down 2 levels. Goddamn thing. Gosh darn thing. Sorry, family friendly. Okay, boys and girls, we have now achieved what has happened just this very second. The initial balance has been set. This will not move up, and this will not move down. And where are we? Well, we're a little bit above mid, under the VWAPs, and above the POC. Once again, I caution you, do not trade toward the statistic. I think that will not work out very well for you. And what do I mean by that? Well, what is this? What is this all about? I guess that's enough. Yeah, don't trade toward the statistic. Trying to get my chapter markers figured out here. Oh boy, we're above the mid, we're above the POCs, we're going to get the IB high, market's been trending up. Maybe all of those things are true. But I think it's much more prudent to wait for the statistic to be achieved, and that will be, if it's done properly, that will be an A trigger. And now we can go over here and see what the Sam hell is going on. Okay. Here they come. Here's the zones. Continuation zone, pullback zone, triggers. It's 9:30. Guess what? Okay. We have no signals. We have nobody left on third. I am just really curious to see what the hell the system's going to do here. And I wish I knew how to tell whether it thinks we're in a trade or not, but I will be the first to tell you I don't know. And that's obviously something I'm going to get to the bottom of during my homework and my study period after the market. Okay, so there we are. What else is going on? What am I thinking here? What is happening? Now it's time to take a run the checklist here. Are we ready to trade? Well, the trade control panel is active on both. It's the risk neutral 2-lot package. That's correct. Off. So we are ready to trade. Oh, remember what I said about don't trade in anticipation of the statistic? What happened there? Oops. And the same goes for the IB low also, but you see what happens when you, and I only say that because I have statistics in my old journal to demonstrate that that's a bad idea. So after we have the proper statistic, then we'll have a proper trade or not. Simple. And I'm so curious to tell you, to find out if this thing is going to take a trade over here or not. And I don't know. I know that we're on simulated. Now, this simulated that you see right here is confirmation for me that this trade hootenanny is all set up for the internal IRT simulated account. I sure as hell do not want this thing. Remember, I am trading a live funded with my dollars account. Okay. And I definitely do not want this thing, doing anything to do with that live account. So that's why I've got this note up here so that I can be damn sure. I can also go to the account over here and see what, is it simulated? Yes, it is. But I want to be damn sure that I've got this simulated. Another thing about IRT that's interesting or helpful, you may need to know or want to know, this quote page called Trading List. If this quote page has any symbol down here, IRT will trade it and can trade it. If it says 0 symbols, like there's no ES, MES, anything else, it cannot send a trade no matter whether you want it to or not. So, because last week it was shooting off stuff right, left, and center, and I not to my live account. I mean, week before last, not to the live account. Because, in observation of good best practices, when I opened the live AMP account and funded it, before that, I made sure that I had an AMP paper account, or what do you call it? Yeah, a rhythmic paper trade, to make sure the interaction between IRT and Bookmap was all good with the new outfit. So, you know, if this is your real business and your real money, it's not like a prop thing or a sim deal or a ninja trader, trade them till trade till your fingers fall off kind of deal. This is the real deal. I pay for the data. Everything, you know, there's commissions, there's the whole shooting match. It's $4.50, $4.25 round trip on the minis, and it's $1.25 round trip on the micros per contract for the for the E-mini or the E-mini or the micro. AMP clearing. And yeah, I'll try to figure out how to show that, because I think it's important to demonstrate that it's a live account and here's the account balance and from the broker statement and all that. But I want to, anonymize it as best I can, because it's the internet, right? There's 1,000 people that are just dying to figure out a way to screw somebody. So let's just do some thinking about the initial balance trades now. There are two, as I said. There's the IB continuation and there is the IB failure. Okay, so what is the IB continuation? It's pretty obvious. Let's look over here. Let's look at it from the point of view of the IB low. We trade down here, we take the initial balance statistic, pull back, can't get anywhere, and we continue on. We continue south or north. The other one is just the opposite. We come down here, we can't get any horsepower south, we trade back in and we mean revert. The IB failure is just another name for a mean reversion trade based around the initial balance level. In other words, outside in, mean reversion. Now, those two trades can be suggested by price action. What's happening today with price? Well, let's see. What is the session showing us? Here's the open. Here's the open. Traded up. Now we're almost back down to the open again. Are we rotating around the mid, around the VPOC? Kinda. So typically, if you're in a rotational session, rotational context day, typically the suggested trade would be the mean reversion or the IB failure. Just makes sense, right? If we're rotating back and forth, we get out to extreme, what's the likely price action going to do? It's going to be mean revert. Simple. If we're in a directional kind of day, like the other day, then the suggested trade is an IB continuation, because we're in price discovery mode. We're zooming around looking for where value is. Now, I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to be annoyed, because I like to have the sense of scale so that I can relate to it. And I don't have that. Ooh, falling out of bed, baby. Look at there. Are we going to get the IB low? Oh, I bet so. Let's go short. Maybe not. Value area low. You got short right here because you're so excited we're going to take this IB low, and now what happened to you? 38, 41. If I'm not mistaken, that's 3 points. That means you're stopped out. If this is all based on me and my bracket sizes, right, and my order, my package size. And that's all 100% specific to you, what you have vetted before, how you got your statistics, what is your expectancy over how many trades? These are the questions you need to ask yourself before you start clicking the mouse. I'm standing here trying to figure out what I'm going to do is let me just explain something. The chart here, because as I told you, these lines and levels are just indicators that I built for this chart and also this other trigger chart, and the A, B, C, A, B trigger signals are just exclusive to here. They're right here. These are all the signals and levels that I built, right? And these are the pullback zones, and that's stuff. They will fire irregardless of whether the backtest system takes the trade, as I hope it does, or, because I've talked ad nauseum now about why it's still showing these targets, or these profit targets. So we'll see. So I'll be able to take the trade if, in fact, I get a signal. Another thing that I may not have pointed out is not over here, and I don't know why. I have the continuation zones pushed to bookmap here. In other words, these continuation zones, pullback zones, these all push across the bookmap, and I'm dying to see when they're going to get there. Might have to. I know that I slowed up or extended the refresh zone in an effort to, make this a little bit more efficient. But let's just see if and when those show up. They were here earlier this morning, so I know they're working. I just want to see how fast it's going to take them to push across over here. I just have another thought. They are part of this export, so this should export pretty quick. This session prices thing, I'm pretty sure they're part of that, or they were supposed to be. Everything works, and I just get, I'm one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it guys. But I was having a problem with a lot of lag and a lot of delay time over here. And now, the lags are much better, and we're still getting a lot of volume through. So I changed the view period, and I changed the refresh period on the exports, and maybe I shot myself in the foot. You never know. I'm going to leave this here for now. Well, actually, let's go over here. Let's go over here and see if and when we get that. Now, the pullback and the continuation zones should plot in the same colors on either side of the IB high and low. And these are things that I can't really test until I'm in the heat of the moment. You see, they're IRT. I can only do it by reference. Am I getting the session prices? Yes. Do they push at the same time? Yes. So now, however long it takes this guy to get down here, well, I guess it's moved back up. I should be getting them. I don't know. And it's exporting every 30 seconds, so why that's not going across, I have no clue. Boo-boo. See how well that worked out? Trading to the statistic? Oh, no, wait. Hold it. Didn't work out at all. This is really flippin' irritating now. That's been working for perfectly. What I'm talking about is these lines and these colors with these labels should be pushed to bookmap. And I'm going to see why not, maybe. Yeah. And there's the V pound variable, and okay. That's all well and good. I guess the next thing I could do is check and see if, which I have not ever done. If I have it up, if it's pushing to the V pound variable at this stop one, but I don't have 250 up here. Oh, well, it would be down here though in a regular one. 250, 252, no. Okay, I'm not gonna mess with that now. I know that I'll have the statistics. I know that I'll have the session, the rule markers, so signal markers. So there you go. I'm just not getting this over here, and that's irritating to me. And there's so many moving parts here, you know what I mean? Who the hell knows which one of them isn't doing what it's supposed to do? The session prices are obviously all pushing across here fine. IBs, all that stuff. So I'm a little bit puzzled as to why I'm not getting those levels. I think I mentioned this before, but the data that drives the lines here on this indicator and the flags is the exact same data from IRT pushed at the same time. So something I'll mess with tonight after the market close. I'm not going to start poking around with things here now. I can see that I'm exporting here, right? I can tell the delay times that these two things are working and how those work down here and over here. And that's why I have these little up here, so I can make sure that its stuff is still going on and which one is not going on. But why this is not exporting the why it's not exporting the Those reference lines, I have no clue. Worked pretty fine before. So, yeah, what's going on up here? Annotate my live screen. I want to get you out of my freaking way. There we go. Oh, man. What in the hell is going on? Okay. So, yeah, welcome here. Standing by waiting for a trade signal to manifest, and it may not. You know, last week, Monday and Tuesday, no signal, no trade. Just stand here, and that's trading. If you think it's fun-filled adrenaline rush, you are thinking about the wrong trading. And in my opinion, if you're trading, even if you're trading a vetted setup and trade, I don't know how one could, they can't go together. If you understand a trade, you've captured the data through backtesting, however you go about that, and you know that you have a verified statistical edge, expectancy, and all those things, how can it be an adrenaline rush? Because adrenaline is about the unknown, isn't it? Or excitement. Now, do you get a little bit of adrenaline when, even when you have a vetted trades, you get an A and you get a B and you're waiting for the trigger? Yeah, everybody does. Me too. But it's not a hunch or a guess or any of that stuff. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. And what are we making now? A big batch of retail soup. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, we're gonna go along. Oh, it's going short. We're gonna get, how many times, uh, you know, go back and see my don't trade to the statistic since 9:30 right here, and ask yourself how many times somebody's tried that and got spanked. Believe me, when you have the statistic, you have the A signal. I do, or the first signal. I just call them A-B trigger for lack of any better, more imaginative way to go. I'm so curious to see if the damn thing takes a trade. I think it will. And I think depending on where it trades, which would be up here or down here, right? Based on the trade setup. And then the profit line should move to that previous one. It's just looking at the last one that traded here, I hope. It was pretty cool yesterday on Friday to watch that fire exactly, and I hit the trade on Bookmap manually, and yeah, went to both targets, and that was just actually now that I'm through vetting the trades. When you're doing the vetting exercise and forward testing, you can't change anything. When you have this trigger, you enter the trade, you step back. If you change anything, then you have to throw that trade out of the data set, because think about it, it's not apples and apples. How can you possibly develop a statistic that says, okay, I'm going to achieve T1 60% of the time if you're moving T1 all over the frickin' place? Can't happen. So now, after the vetting process, which I have done for the initial balance trades, I can move with my trade management allows me to move my T2. And after, and this is something I haven't worked out completely yet, I can also trail up my stop to lock in that profit. Never, ever in 1 gazillion years, billions and billions of years, to quote Carl Sagan, would I ever move my stop away from entry. Ever. Nor will I move my T1 because that is the principle of risk neutral trades. Now, when I get to a point where I am not doing that, or if I figure out a new risk neutral bracket that's not 3 points and 3 points and then a runner, sure. But that will never happen during the live market, during the live day. That will happen during the homework period, the study period, where I do what ifs with the backtesting system over here and change those things around. And I actually have an example of that. By golly. Right there. This is from last weekend. These are 12 backtests with varying parameters. In this case, I was looking at the ideas of trailing up to break even, or up to 12 ticks to T1, or to T2, whatever. I was looking at their various stuff and then and capturing all of the statistics associated with that: expectancy, profit factor, risk to reward ratio, win rate, all those kind of things that you have to do in order to do this as a business, in my opinion. Well, we are going to get into that. Just closing out the third bracket if you're a market profiler. Just closing out C, we're going to get into the D bracket here. If depending on how you count them. I count them from RTH. Just so, oh boy, we're gonna get that IB low, huh? Look at this, we're below all of these stuff. Let's go short. Come on. Oh, oh, oh. That's how impulsive, non-planned, non-vetted trades go south, and why 90% or whatever the hell the statistic is blow up. They go at this like they're killing snakes with no plan, no rhyme, no reason. I believe. And it's no epiphany that I had. This is, I believe, what the most successful traders in the world have determined and practiced, who have gone before me and now. So it's not like some, wonderful thing I came up with, but it's the best traders in the world. No, without a shadow of doubt that this is a statistical business of probabilities. And it's the law of large numbers is the secret. You need to rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that your expectancy to compound your account. And we're at 10 o'clock. Do you know where your kids are? That used to be a TV ad or something. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I don't remember when that was. I guess the 70s maybe. Just a word of advice here, or a word of explanation. I don't know that I did, but you can obviously always see my instrument and the time, the periodicity, right? So this is a day session, 1 minute bar, and it's the MES. In case that's ever a. And on my typical charts, besides all of that, in the header there, I put the watermark back there, so it's as plain as, hopefully, the nose on your face. This is more for me. So if I'm looking at a chart and I happen to be on the wrong tab, for example, I'm over here on the minis, I know it's the mini. Yeah, it's probably obvious, but you know what I mean? Oh, come on. Oh. Well, we're making some ground down there, and this is really disappointing. It has still not pushed these levels. So now I'm at a real... This has got something to do with my look back period and something that I changed over this weekend. I will say that this chart seemed to be much more responsive and everything. The reason for all of this, there's a real interesting video with IRT that Chad did. You cannot imagine the increase in volume in our markets now, and how much volume is being processed by these softwares that we use every nanosecond is incredible. So, yeah. And that's the reason for the lag, you know. I mean, and I've got the one thing I need to do for my machine now is increase the, I've got to get a different GPU. It's the weak link in my chain or my system. Oh, the weak link in my system is on my side of the monitor, I suppose, but you know. Another time where you got spanked. That's why I like to have a consistent range here, say, or scale. This doesn't look like much. That's 5 handles. 5. Not, I'm really disappointed that my levels aren't coming across here, and I'm really trying to figure out why. I don't get it. Here's something for you that I don't do too frequently that I probably should. On Bookmap. Okay, we're all set up to trade Bookmap, right? We've got the trade control panel on. We've got the proper, we're going to do both. We got all set up for the proper package, everything else. What's going on with ES? Okay, that looks okay. Get back here and let's put a trade on the micro. Oh, wait. The minute you change instruments, the trade control panel defaults to off. Now, you click it on again, you select how you're going to interact, and the multi-brackets remembers itself. But that's a real important thing to know and to be aware of. And as you might imagine, can pretty thoroughly piss you off if you've been waiting for a trade and then all of a sudden it shows its little, it rears its little head and you try to get in and nothing happens. Not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture. Well, I am really disappointed that my levels, who have been working just magically since forever, aren't now. And all I did was change the periodicity and the refresh time. I didn't have anything to do with the export data things. I don't believe. I'll have to check and see. Obviously something happened, and I'll check it out in maybe the lunch hour, but for sure this evening. Now we may be going to get our statistic here. Here we come. Here's the IB low, remember. Now, purple boy here, or whatever, this lavender guy, this is the failure zone, or the pullback zone for the IBF. And this is the continuation zone for the IB continuation trade. This is the IB, and these little dots are the trigger zone. And it's real simple. The dots are, the trigger zone is 1 point either side of the initial balance. The pullback and continuation zones are 3 points to 5 points either side of the IB. So there you go. Completely transparent. Help yourself, build it yourself. And I would suppose that, remember, these are just custom indicators and signal levels that I built in this little chart, and also the trigger, but you know, not part of any fancy code trading system or anything. Could easily be done in any charting package where you can make your own you know, indicator or horizontal line, and that can, you know, it's real handy if it can plot the initial balance. I'm sure TradingView can do that. I would suppose NinjaTrader. I haven't looked at NinjaTrader in about a gazillion years. Okay, now watch what happened here. You see that? Okay, let's get over here. Technically, the initial balance low, the statistic has been achieved right there. Price has exceeded the initial balance high or low at some point in the balance of the RTH trading session. However, in my world, that's not a signal. That is a trigger, okay? And that's something else I should point out at this point. The session or the signal markers on this chart are not sequential, and I'm not worrying about trying to code them up so that they do that. The actual signals, as in the trading system, very definitely are sequential, and they're exclusive. Now, we don't have an A signal here because the rule says I need a high, an open above the IB, and a close below the IB. We did not get that. We got a low. And it also says that the previous bar needs to have an open higher than the close, and better if the low is above the IB. Now, that would be a B because it's gone from the IB up here to this pullback zone, but those don't matter because we don't have an A. So in trading this real time, and why you're not seeing anything fire from the system, I hope, is because we're not getting the signals here. And we may not. Now, let me point this out. If this candle, or this bar right here, trades down through the IB and closes below it, it will not be an A signal because the previous bar doesn't satisfy the requirement. Can I change those things? Yeah, I can change all of that stuff. Never during the live trading session. Those are all what-if ideas. And that's where this happened, right? These are all what-if ideas about that exact thing. These just happen to be about the, you know, trailing a stop or moving to break even, but you can do all of that stuff. You know, should this have been an A? The low was below the IB, not the close? Otherwise, if that's how the rule was written, this would be an A signal. Then there would be a B signal. And now you'd be stopped out. I mean, not that that matters, but, you know, I'm going to leave it like it is and see what happens. So far, I've been trading it like it is, and I'm within, I think, 2 trades, and then I can scale up, and I'll talk all about that scaling, size up, I mean. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. Okay, now, if we get a close, if this bar comes down and closes below the IB, it will be an A signal because we have the proper sequence over here. Doesn't look like it's going to, but who knows? I'd love to get a trade off because I have to make a call. I got some other stuff I got to do today. I mean, I have another obligation I have to take care of. Now, are we going to get it? Here's one of the other things that I've been fussing around with. The close above or below the IB or equal to. That's another one. You see here, if the rule had said that the IB, the open was above the IB and the close was equal to or below, this would be an A signal. Frustrating. And now I don't have a signal because that one closes doji, schmoji, boji, beloji, and it's probably going to sell off, and I'm not going to be in the trade. Oops. Because I'm not changing my plan in the middle of a trading session. I'm not changing the rules. I'm not, oh, well, that's good enough, and I'm going to do that. None of that discretionary crap. I do trade discretionarily in that I use discretion in that, which I referred to early before the IB. I can now, as part of my trade management, I allow myself to trail up the stop. More importantly, to move the second T2 target further away. In other words, more profit. If I've only done that once, but I don't consider that an error. So that is discretion. As opposed to this system over here, trades absolutely this system over here. No discretion, no nothing. It is system-based completely. And we're going to sell off and get somewhere, and will I be disappointed? Yeah. Look at here. Had that been the A, well, we wouldn't have a B yet, or a trigger. But you know, those are all the things that you can imagine that you saw and why you're now in this trade and making money and so happy with yourself. I'm not any of those things because I have a system, I have rules, which I have previously vetted and identified. I have an expectancy, a risk, a risk to reward ratio, and there you go. I'm going to do that. If I don't take a trade today, oops, I don't take a trade today. Simple. Simple Simon, said the pieman. And I'll worry about why I'm not seeing why these things aren't pushing over here. Don't know. Do not know. So look at it go. Oh, man. Disappointing, huh? Disappointing. Where the hell are we here? Why that's not showing up properly, I don't know. Now remember, or let me point out that in order to get a signal short, price has to do what? It has to come up over here and come down through here for the A. Pull back to trade back up to the, or no, trade down to the continuation zone, pull up to the trigger and go. Or if you want to look at that over here, get this up or it's out of the boondocks down there. Or trade up over the IB and come down through it into the continuation zone, back up to the trigger, and away we go. Already hi-ho silver. Will we get any of those things? Beats the hell out of me. My wife is trying to kill me. I can smell some wonderful thing wafting in here from the kitchen. I'm about ready to start chewing on the microphone here. I also need to think about making this call on people I don't really like to talk to, but I need to do that. So I'm going to go water up and I'll be right back. If you're on the ball here, I suppose the best thing to do is over here. And then over here. So let's think about the big picture. What is the big picture look like to y'all?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
The open? Where we are, what are we doing? Pretty rotationally looking, isn't it? Get old blue boy off his duff over here. Come on. He's a slacker, I'll tell you. So there you go. Now, there isn't any upcoming random risk, I don't think. There was the 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Let's take a look at that news drama. See if the boys and girls have got some trickiness up their sleeves here. Well, we've got Trump at 1300 and Trump at 1700. So, and after this weekend, I don't listen to the news or the social media, but I, saw a headline or two. Apparently, it was a pretty tough weekend for them. So, that would suggest to me that this risk is, has a higher probability. You know what I mean? If everything's kind of smooth and sailing along, well, nobody's too upset. If it's a bad weekend and you feel like you got to get out and do some damage control or, make up stuff a lot, well, then there you go. Okay, look what happened now. Huh? What is this? Where are we now? Ooh. This B is insignificant because there's no A. But now we can come down and get the A signal, the B signal, this trigger, and the get going. I think that's what it says in the fine print. Well, who said what? The cash cars offer to give away free money, or what happened? long time ago when I started doing these session prices and levels, I've just always saved stuff in Dropbox because it felt more permanent to me than a C drive or wherever else. And if you notice over here, this is continually indexing. That needs to be indexed properly and updated before the new levels are pushed. And I think that's got to be part of the problem with the, and I don't know why Dropbox is having an issue today, but I'm not gonna mess with it till the session prices, the levels are all pushing okay, so I'm gonna stick with it. I mean, I'm gonna leave it alone. But I noticed that updating never changes down there. And in the past, I've noticed that was a problem. So there you go. I don't know. In other words, I have no idea. That was a nice IB failure or I guess probably more of a basic mean reversion setup and trade. And the way those work is, the way you would approach this initial or this mean reversion is, look at this as obviously you're at the outside edge. And there's the mean. What have we been doing? We've been doing this. We've been rotating. So you want to approach this as an asymmetrical trade location. Asymmetrical meaning the risk can be 1 point and the possibility of profit to the mean is substantial. So that's there is a asymmetrical relationship between your risk and your reward. Significant one in this case. Even just from your entry to the first, if you were, as I do, have a risk risk requirement range, so that I want to have at least 3 points to my first risk neutral scale unobstructed from an entry. Well, even that, here's 10 points for Christ's sake. If you just threw on one down here and put a stop one tick or 1 point below it, what's your first possibility? The first level, the IB low, is 10 points. And now look at us. 25 to 45. 45 to 25 to 50. Or 15 to 50. That's substantial. By golly. I'm not doing that. That's not something that I have vetted. And I actually don't know how you would vet that. I don't know how you'd vet you'd have to programmatically determine that it's a rotational day and figure that outside edge. I don't know how. Maybe use the zigzag or something. I don't know. I'm pretty sure that's the problem because this damn thing is still not stopped indexing. So that's probably it, because those levels were on the book map pre RTH Open. So. And again, I'm not going to worry about it. It's just, some lines that I push from my trigger chart, from my back test or trigger chart to the book map for just a heads up, So when I'm looking at book map, oh, by the way, we're there. Okay. Yeah, and today could well be a no trader, a no trade kind of day. And where are we now? Right smack dab flopping around over the POC. This is the quintessential diddle in the middle they're doing here now. Well, this is annoying, and now it's approaching 11 o'clock. I'm going to have to make this phone call whether I want to or not. And just keep watching this thing, I guess. Okay, that phone call's over with and as ridiculous as I expected. So here we are. Now what are we doing? Ooh, value area high. We're going to get the IB high and the IB low. Typically, a normal day where we get both is about 32%. Probability of about 32%, I think. Stand by. Let's look. So here's our open type, right? IB high and IB low, both 33%. There you go. Here we are back at the MVPOC from the 14th. Okay. Get my head back in the game here now from that silliness with PMI. What are we doing now? Still getting that same update thing. I'm sure that is exactly the problem right there. Syncing what? Dark mode, files are up to date. Okay, so now it's okay. But it's still got the syncing crap going on. How can my files be up to date and have this syncing noise be going on? That's probably a job for a restart, I guess, and I won't be doing that until later today, so never mind. I will not have those levels. Do I have everything else going on here? That didn't make any sense, but okay, whatever. These are the ones they were updating right there. Let's see if they have come across properly. That's the problem right there. Well, that's updating all right. I don't know what's the matter. I got no idea now. Yeah, they're all zero. Huh. Well, that's weird. 259 through 265. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's the problem. The problem is the v-pound variables for that. Look at us go here, aren't we? Just little busy bees back and forth across that value area, and oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, it's not pushing to. That's pretty weird. I can't imagine why. It's correct. I don't know. Got me. Well, the v-pound variables are in the export, are in the output, and so are the, but it's not coming across with any data. That's why the lines are not visible, is data is zero. So, whatever. This is a job for a restart typically, and I'm not going to do that now, so there you go. Let me see something here. Let me see something here. Line in, CSSV. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Well, anyway, it looks right to me. So there we go. I'll always think it should have been right. That's always so funny, you know, when something changes from day to day and you didn't change anything. So I don't know. Me don't know. No signals, no triggers, nobody left on third. Gonna get up here in a minute and gonna have maybe we'll have another IB failure up here. But at the moment we have no A signal and we have no B signal in sequence, and we have no trigger. So there we go. Well. This is a good opportunity to talk about the monkey mind. You know, we have come down through evolution or creation from development, let's put it that way, whatever you prefer. And we have a lot of baked in stuff in our wiring. that at one point served us well, kept us alive, kept us from being eaten by a tiger or whatever, or a dinosaur or whatever it was. But it doesn't necessarily help us in trading, because in trading you need to be risk seeking, not risk averse necessarily. And I refer to that as our monkey mind. So that's where FOMO comes from, desire to be right, risk aversion, fear. And all those things are baked into you and me and all of the other ones that are around. And you're never going to get rid of it, in my opinion. So these people that say, eliminate that or overcome this or whatever, I don't think that's a real thing. What I believe you need to do is be, like I said earlier, continually and constantly aware of the here and now and you. How are you feeling? Am I having a big adrenaline rush? Is this FOMO? Whatever. And don't act on it, because it's not conducive to successful trading. So that, and right now, the reason I'm bringing that up is right now is a perfect spot. Would I love to be in a trade? Would I have loved to just overwritten my rules and done something else? Sure. But that's not how you end up consistently profitable in the long term. And all these people that, I suppose mean well or not, that all the psychologists and psychiatrists that write all these books and talk about all the countless YouTube people that talk about the secret to this, psychology and on and on and on. Oh boy, how do they make their money? Brett Steenbarger, how does he make his money? He writes books and gives courses to traders. Can he trade? I don't know. What I think, and this is probably comes from how I was raised, you pull up your boots and don't do that. Don't overtrade. Don't give in to FOMO. It's no different than going to the bathroom in your pants. You did that when you were a little kid. You don't do that anymore. You're an adult. Simple. That's the way I look at it. Would I like to be in a trade now and everything? Sure. What am I doing? I'm trying to think of other things, sort out what's going on with these lines. And I made the calls I had to make, and I'm watching the market continually and trying to update, keep a little dialogue going here that's meaningful and that could be helpful. I'm not going to take a trade until I have these signals. And this whole story about signals is not that I think you should trade that way, but it's to demonstrate sticking to a process and being disciplined. And it's working out fine so far. So there you go. And now I'm going to get back to looking into this other stuff. I have a nice little snack that was just presented to me, so that looks pretty groovy. And I may not have a trade all day. Did not have last week, Monday or Tuesday. Ended up that week nicely. So there you go. I don't know what else to say, Grow up, pull up your boots, cowboy up, whatever expression you want to use, and just approach it that way, So I see so many people not so many people, but guys that I know and trade with, mature, adult, family people, or, successful career, they get in front of a trading screen and just go, like they're a 12-year-old kid or younger. It's just the craziest thing. I don't get it. I suppose what I assume is that's exactly the way it is when they go to Las Vegas or somewhere. They just go ape shit crazy and go broke, and then go, oh my God, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't gamble. I don't go to those places. It means nothing to me. So maybe that's part of it. I don't know. Anyway, that's my spiel about Just remember that your monkey mind is never going to go away. It might have served us well early in the development, but those things are not conducive to successfully trading, I don't think. So there you go. Oh, so another mean reversion. Wow, these are getting pretty amazed, though. Here we come again, huh? Wow.
All right, so this is the part where some soul searching needs to happen for me. Assuming that I get the signals, that my vetted trade is triggered. Do I enter it, for example, short? Or do I take a IB failure? Yep, either one. Whichever signal I get, I'm taking. That's the way it works. Okay. Oof. Okay, boy, that sun comes around the yard arm there, and holy smokes. All right, so now what? Nothing is what? A whole lot of nothing here. Whole lot of nothing.
the IB low is taken.
What, man? Hi, baby girl. I'm busy doing stuff. I'm busy faking this shit. Hold the phone. Oh, look at here. Well, I'm all busy doing something on my other machines and not paying attention to. Oh, we have an A. And now we have a B. No, not yet. Okay, what are we going to get here? Nothing? Okay, there's an A and there's a B. We need to get a trigger. And bingo, bango, bongo. We got ourselves a trade going on here. Oh, I'm excited. Yeah. All a quiver. All a Twitter. Wow, did I miss that? It's going to be a real bummer if I was busy doing this project management crap and missed it. I don't think so. I'm going to put in a resting order right here. Okay. Now, this sometimes isn't a good idea. Panda, come on, I'm busy now. Yeah, sing to somebody else. I got to do something here now. Panda, quit it. Yeah, I see why the resting order didn't do me any good. God damn it. Panda, stop. Well, am I going to get into this or am I not? That's the big question. And do I take the trigger? Oh, no. Not a trigger yet. Well, there's a trigger. Whether I wanted to or not, I'm in it. Ooh, and that's going to be kind of a, yeah, there we go. Okay, there's the trigger. So we're in short at something. I don't know what. Panda, quit. I know you're tired, and I know this is where Dad's got to do something here. That poor cat has decided she's tired and hungry and in a bad mood. So are we going to get continuation or not? That's who the hell knows. This is where the trade can do whatever it's going to do. And it didn't take a trade. So the system did not take a trade here yet. Yep, there it did. Yeah, it did. And there's our T1.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
There's our T1.
Order submitted.
Okay. Now, here's what I'm talking about. You see there? There's our trigger, there's our entry. And then there's our T1. And if we're going to get follow through or not, I don't know. We don't have to get a lot. Just get down here to a little bit of a low and we're all set. God, I hate this.
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Panda. I don't know what I just did, but I don't want to do that. Busy making my screen snaps here. Now, I would not be surprised at all to get taken out here because we've been mean reverting all day. Oh, did we? Oh, yeah. Big time. Look at there. Okay. Well, there we go. In and out we go, up and down. Now, who made money on that? The broker. Who made money on that? The broker. And there's the trade, and that's how, this is how well
Hey,
it's
the IB low is
graphed.
taken.
Now, am I going to take another one of these? No. So the way this has to work now, I need to have a new A, sequential, and it's set to 0. So I need to have an A, and then a B, and
The
then a
IB
C.
low is taken.
And I don't have one. But it's working great, and that makes me pleased. That makes me pleased. let's see what. Nah, let's not bother. This was the risk neutral. Got a little bit more out of it and then didn't get anywhere. Okay, so there's one in and one out. Yeah, so there we are. In and out, scratch, scratch trade. What could I have done? Well, I could have trailed up and that would have locked in this profit target. But doing the statistics around that was not particularly successful. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Boom. Oop. Okay. Here's the 2-lot trade right there. With no scale, no trail, no nothing. And there's the stats across it. Here is the 2-lot. Exact same trade. But with a scale to break even. Now one thing I didn't specify here is that this trails to break even the minute we get to T1, which isn't necessarily a good idea. And that doesn't work out nearly as well as the other trade. So who knows? And now, am I going to get all excited over here now? Nope. I don't have an A. I don't have a B. I have B's all over the place, but I'm not going to get another A now for a while.
Hey,
So there you go.
The IB low is taken.
There you go. do I do this? How do I? What do I do now? Is that the red card? How do I add a card? All right, well, I got my my PMP certification renewed. I was having some hassle with those guys. Just a matter of the point, actually. I could care less. I haven't used that thing for a long time. Haven't used it for a long time. All right, so anyway, what happened here now? Well, I have no signals or triggers. Oh, I do. What's it doing here? What did it do? How did it do that? And I don't know about it. Well, I didn't get on that one, and I'm pretty glad, actually. Now, there's something I wasn't aware of, but now that I think about it, it makes sense. This is something to think about, okay? Notice when there's an A signal, you have both in the case of the IB long, or IB, the IB low, you have an A, which would be a mean reversion, a long trade, and you have an A, which would be for the continuation I took here.
Hey,
It
the IB low
resets
is taken.
so that none of these B's are going to fire because of the A's been used already, and it's reset to 0. But this A, the A signal for the failure was not set to 0. And that, therefore, it took a trade on its own of this B signal for a failure when it got to the trigger zone here. There's the B, and then there's the trigger right below it. Another thing I have debated doing, preventing two signals on the same trigger, two signals on the same bar. But I'm pretty glad I was busy renewing that PMI, that PMP certificate, because I didn't see that signal. Otherwise, I'd have taken it. And I'm certainly not going to take it now because it's stopped out and goodbye. Ooh, luck. Thank you, Lucky. Lucky stars. Lucky. Thank you, Lucky Charms. I just have this itching feeling that this think not happening properly is keeping this from being renewed right. What else could it be? Let's see. Was it coming from the trigger? Maybe. Maybe that's a problem. Ah, that was it. Did you see that? All I needed to do was open that trigger. I have these charts set so that if they're not visible, they're not updating. Do you notice? Okay, so there I opened the trigger chart, and there we have continuation and pullback zones. Wow. Well, aren't I glad I didn't break that?
Hey, the IB low is taken.
Why did I... Stupid. Stupid valupid. Okay, well, I'm glad I figured that out. Now I know. So I need to stop and think about if I am going to have the trigger chart actioned or not. Okay, well, I feel real good about all of this. Now, if I get a good trade out of this thing where I can, where I could make some money, I'd feel even better yet. And this continuation trade here, or whatever it's called, would be nice. But no cigar, no A again. Now, right here, this could have been an A had the open been just above the IB. Yeah, I know. Oops, I'm not showing you the right screen. Oopsie doopsie. This could have been an A right here. Had the open been above the, and that's, I believe you've got to get these, if you're going to trade a discretional systematic, that doesn't even sounds like armed military intelligence, doesn't it? But as I pointed out earlier in the day at some point, this is a systematic system. However, I have discretion within it so that I can, for example, I can increase my target from the preset target. If I reach a T1 times 2, I can scale up my stop. That is discretionary. So by definition, this is a discretionary system, but very definitely based on entry rule structure. And if you were just trading this, look at all the times you're smacking this IB. Of course, look at what happened right here, which took me out instead of just falling away like it probably will here in the next little while. Well, we can keep an eye on that. Here's my T2. So I would suppose that we're going to get that T2 in the not too distant future. I don't have a setup or a trade, but I'm just saying. Something to watch, fun, eh? The magic of trading.
Hey, the IB low is taken. the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken. Hey, the IB low is taken.
Well, what happened? Nothing yet, huh? I'll tell you one thing. If I had to make a choice whether I had a really good trade or got my PMP renewed, it'd be just a clap of thunder in a vacuum where I used to be standing on that PMP thing, and I'd be over here trading. This is kind of the point, you know. I passed that, studied hard. That test meant a lot to me. I got that certificate years ago, and I guess it's just the point. I don't know. It's over with now. It's renewed, so I'll never think about it again. So here's something that's worth thinking about now, right here. I wish I could get over having to say this every time, but these values down here are incorrect. IRT
only thinks of one position, not two, or multiple, or more than one. So, for example, here was a scale. It does record it and, you know, and make the trades properly. Here's the scale. But we didn't get down to our T2, and so it took a stop. It only records the last thing. This is not minus 12 ticks, this is 0. And on the other side of the coin, this one would be minus 24, not minus 12. This was not a trade that I took on this in real money, because I was busy looking at this and doing the PMI thing, which thanks very much. But you can see I don't know how to get to the back end of this to fix it, to be honest with you.
Hey,
Maybe I
the
can't.
IB
Maybe
low
it's
is
been
taken.
coded so deep in there that they won't let me in, which is probably smart. And now we're down here, aren't we? We're just banging our head around here. We don't have an A. We had a B. But we had a B going the wrong way. We had a B. This is a see the B in the trigger, right? So this is the IB failure back up here, which we had been doing. Okay, so this is a 0 P&L because it's a straight up scratch. So now what I'm gonna do is roll out the all new sizing sheet, which I haven't got all figured out yet. But so here's whatever today is. It's so irritating that I can't do it the way I think and always go day, month, year. But I can't set up, or at least I haven't figured out yet how to set it up in Google Sheets. All my computers, you'll notice down here, everything is set up that way, but not here. Anyway, no big deal. Zero. So nothing changed. What this is, I have yet to confirm that this is correct, but I think so. This is the number of trades and or ticks we need to size up to a to a to a 2-lot mini from the micro. And that's based on 24 tick risk, 10% value of the mini, and the scale factor I have at 1.33, which means that and something else that I did here, yes. I factored in commissions because that's, commissions and costs and charges because it's a live account. So I need to capture another. This doesn't work out right. Oh, this is how much is in ticks is paid out in commission. So I need 1.93 trades to full target
The IB low is taken.
to have the cushion to move up from micro to mini. If this is all working out right, and I just was working on this yesterday afternoon or this morning, so it's very possibly not.
going on over here? Anything? Oh, we didn't get an A. Phew. Lucky me. If I get another signal trade, I'll take it. I'm also, oh, wow, it's almost 1 o'clock already. I was going to say I'm going to go for my midday walk, but I better hurry. It's 10 minutes or so to go. But I got 10 and a half, 12 miles, 11 miles yesterday, so that's probably enough. Ugh. Well, I'm pretty proud of myself for pencil whipping that PMP thing. We used to have there's an old joke. I don't know if anybody in here is a pilot besides me, but in your logbook you put you put the type of airplane you fly and the hours that, VFR, IFR, PIC, all that stuff, pilot and command, instrument flight rules, visual flight rules, whatever it is. And the joke of pilots, guys that were pencil whipping their logbook. I'm talking about, oh shit. I'm talking about early 70s. Back in the days when you actually wrote in a logbook. Anyway, when they were fudging stuff, just making up hours. If you are a pilot or are aware of it, a P-51 is a Mustang. It's a famous North American fighter in World War II. It's a beautiful aircraft with a Merlin engine, and it's called a P-51. Well, that's also the number of a pencil. I think Everhard or Eversharp or whatever those yellow pencils are called is a P-51 is a certain kind of lead type. So, some guy, how many P-51 hours you got there in your logbook, Einstein? It was a pretty classic inside joke. Or, some guy, oh yeah, that ass is a P-51 pilot. Maybe not. Well, who said what? That looks to me like somebody said something there. That looks like a news-driven something or another. Just like this right here, just like what took me out. I mean, not that I wouldn't have been stopped out here. That's a rearview mirror for you, isn't it? Isn't that cute? How to do that? But this is definitely something going on. Let's see if there's some news over here or something. Let's see oh, I know what it is. It's right there. It's getting ready for Trumpy. The Trumpinator. Oh, there's another good one. The Trumpinator. Yeah, that's... Oh, yeah, okay. Well, I guess I can go for a walk. Or something. Well, now he's going to... Oh, see, now here's the great part about the news sources. And this morning earlier, if you were, busily here with me on the stream, Trump speaks at 1300. Didn't say about what. It was just like this here. Well, now it's about the World Cup. Okay. Which
obviously, if this were about tariffs on China, that would, that would be all hands on deck. But the World Cup, okay, you can kind of breathe easy and stand back. Except remember that anytime, I suppose not all of those folks, but Trump for sure, and Bassett and whatever that trade guy's name is, the guy with the ponytail from Fitzgerald. Cantor Fitzgerald, what's his name? Anyway, whenever those guys get in front of a microphone, for any reason, there's a possibility that they could say something that would have a big effect on the market, like the other day on that tweet at 10 o'clock. So just, keep your guard up. Don't be, don't throw in a trade with no stops or targets and wander off to, whatever. Don't do that. I'm certainly not. And so I just don't think it's prudent. If you want to have a business trading, and I have to, my career folded up at the first part of the year, and this is it for me. This is what I'm going to do. I had been doing this part-time, in conjunction, but my career, my PMP project management deal, I was a global project manager for a company and lived around the world and whatever else. The company was bought in January, and just a whole bunch of it was just, well, we're not going to need you anymore. Goodbye. Out of no place. So it's kind of a rude awakening, but here you are. It's kind of like learning to swim by being thrown in the deep end of the pool. But hey, I'm glad that I was set up here and had some experience doing this, and all those things. I'm counting my blessings. I'm looking at the glass half full instead of the other way around. And looking at the other way around, it's kind of like trading in the rearview mirror, right? I mean, it's like you think, oh, well, I'd like to have had another year in there. I'd have bulked up the savings or increased the IRA or the 401k or whatever else. You don't know that because you don't know what's going to happen. Now we're going to get nothing. No A signal because we don't have the corresponding lead bar. If we get another bar and we get to down through here like that with a close above and below, it will be an A. Then we can look for a B, and then we can look for a trade again. Yeah. But with
The IB low is taken.
I don't know what to say about the Trump thing. Oh, here would have been nice. At this bar, across the IB, we would have a B, trigger lower. No, not quite. Didn't quite close in. This is another one of those, should it be in or should it be equal to or in, equal to or below, in other words, in that case. I'm not saying I know the answer. I know that we're not going to have any, we're not going to have any signal anytime soon here now, which is kind of frustrating. Well, I'm quite relieved that I got that thing over with. And what's funny about it, I didn't even know it had expired or anything else. I hadn't even thought about it. Just happened to look. And the renew date after expiration, or you have to take the whole exam over again and everything else, is tomorrow. So, lucky.
The IB low is taken.
Oh, yeah, aren't I sorry I'm not short? Son of a gun. Monkey boy. Oh, hi, monkey boy. FOMO, chasing. Yeah, of course. Everybody has those feelings. Everybody. You're never going to get rid of them. What are you going to do? You're going to say, oh no, I'm a big boy. I'm an adult, a big boy or girl. I'm an adult. I don't do that. I don't chase. I don't get FOMO. I don't overtrade. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants, you know? It's the same thing. Just look at it like that. You'll be amazed how easy it is. And to be honest with you, what'll happen is, just like not going to the bathroom in your pants, you won't think about it. After a little bit, you won't even think about FOMO or overtraining. It won't be an option that presents itself to you. Your subconscious mind will go, no, we don't do that. Boop, you don't do it. My goodness, look at that thing. 6702. How do you do? What are we doing over here now? No, we're not even close to the Friday low, which I apologize is not correctly displayed on this IRT. Bookmap. IRT very definitely is displaying correctly the Friday, the volume profile, the high and low volume nodes, the micro composite VPOC, the points of control. Yeah. Like a regular package ought to do. Bookmap is not so much. Can't get the profile together on the weekends. Son of a gun, look at that thing go. What do we got down here? Well, we've got 257, 258 down here at the century number. At the double zeros, my. Miss American Pie. Did I have a signal? Let's check. I'm going to be really kind of throwing my toys out of the cot here if I did and didn't take it. Nope. Didn't see this and didn't take it, and really glad. I got to be honest. Had I seen that, I'd have taken the trade. Because that's that's the way to do it. It's the law of large numbers. Every time a setup presents itself, you take it. Boop, case closed. And there's nothing here that I have vetted. What the hell is that all about? What was that for? That I had vetted so far. I don't know why that did that. No clue. But boy, they're knocking her in the head right now. Look at it go. They are pretty excited about lower ground right now, aren't they? What have we got? Some high and low volume nodes down here. Anything else? What do we got down below us? Let's have a little looky-poo. Well, we got a MCVPOC from the 17th of October down here. Damn. Damn Sam. Well, this is motivation to get the next trade vetted. Toot sweet. Isn't it? Yep, it is. 40 handles this last little leg right here. This extravaganza. 35 to 95. 40 handles, I guess. Well, now all the bottom pickers are getting real excited. they got a tweezer bottom down here so far. Double bottom, tweezer top, 3-bar reversal. There's, the thing about trading and patterns and all that stuff is the truth. It's like rear view mirror trading. It just depends on what fractal you're in. You can see anything you want to see anywhere you want to see it, and apply whatever meaning you want to it, like what's her bucket and her trend lines, and people in their Fibonacci stuff. The human, species is really good at seeing patterns, whether they're true or not. It's called confirmation bias. And that's what it is. That's a good one I got to put in there. It's a real trait we've developed. Again, kept us alive, spotting that yellow and black striped cat over there in the bushes. But not so much in trading. So the market goes up to go down, it goes down to go up, and goes up to go down. Why is that, I suppose? I know why. Okay. I'm getting to the point where I'm thinking a walk. Trump's talking and it's, you know, $30 points away from the IB. I don't know where I'm gonna go when the walking. Well, I think while Trump is talking and the market's falling out of bed, I'm going to go out and rest my eyes and eat my own dog food a little bit as far as taking care of myself here a little bit. No, I didn't do that. That was stupid. Queue up a chapter marker and forget to hit enter. Football. Football. I think I was muted there, but you could probably hear what I was thinking. Yeah, it's just pretty annoying. It is what it is. Trading. The magic of trading.
Well, there's a lot of opportunity today, but none of it revolving around my vetted trades. There was a couple of great mean reversions, and if you got on this last one, aren't you happy? You know, that's yeah. What can you say? What can I say? I can. So, in case you don't know it, the most critical component you have in your trading office, the most indispensable piece of equipment, is sitting on your side of the monitor. Think about it. Think of all the time and money you spend, we spend, monitors this and refresh rate that, and software, charting packages, statistics, all these various kind of support things that we think are going to give us an edge. And that's all of that input and all of that data is processed by our eyes and our brain. And then we make financial decisions, trade decisions, which affect our finances, right? Our families and our lives. And probably the least taken care of thing by most traders is themselves. Be properly hydrated. Make sure you're well rested. Make sure you're well fed. Make sure you're not on an emotional tilt. We sit and stare at these screens for hours at a time. That means your short focus eye muscles are in constant contraction. You need to get outside, look down the street, focus off onto the horizon, ideally in some kind of natural light with this little UV out there that's as good for you, in limited amounts. Good for your eyes. And stay healthy. Sit-ups, pull-ups, push-ups, squats, whatever it is that you can do to keep yourself healthy. All of that stuff is so important because you are the machine that's responding to all of this input upon which you make these trading decisions. You need to think about that. Everybody does, including me. And therefore, I'm going to take my own advice and go outside and walk up and down the street a little bit or something and rest my eyes, because this thing is selling off. If you're short, good for you. I look over here at this and I look at my T2 and I look down here and I go, you son of a gun. And we got an NVPOC down here at the 7th, from the 17th of October they're heading for. And the bottom of that's not right. No, that's already been taken out. That was taken out by the selling tail on the 7th of November. So bad boy Billy the Pig. Boo. There is no MC down there. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, there's none. See what I mean? Here's that micro composite VPOC from the 17th. Wherever it went. And here's the 7th. Boom, took it out with that selling tail. I mean, so what? But yeah, it's if you got short anywhere in there and you had a signal, what a pleasure. What a pleasure. I didn't have one. Boy, do I wish I did. And this is all
Agent Orange at the controls there. So I'm gonna wander out around the house, take a shower, and be back for the power hour. Not very exciting trading day for me today, obviously. Where am I here? This thing do this stupid shit again. I hate this son of a bitch when it does that. I don't like this mouse. It's not quite big enough. I like my MX Master 25 MX Masters or whatever, but they didn't have a tail on them. Well, they are selling this mother down there like nobody's business. Well, I don't guess I'm going to be doing any trading today. That's for sure. Look at it go, though, eh? My, what a short. Last time I was looking at 67, or yeah, 6,700. Let the 30 handles off since I've been in the shower. And it's the power hour. Oh boy. Maybe they'll get some volatility. Well, it's the world famous power hour here in another few seconds. Not that I care about that much, but we'll go through the back testing and then the recap and then the market on close orders, and then I'm going to go out the door and around the up and down the street and then take a nap. That's what I'm going to do. Been a long time here I've been at this. And disappointing, huh? So, let's do a couple of some things here that are kind of important to know in trading. Hey, Richard. Okay, I took a, I had a scaled and I had a triggered trade and got scratched right there. If you can see that. How's your day? Old Trump has been having his working his magic on the market here. There's the entry and the scale and the stop and T2, and look at how far we've got below T2 and still going. Pretty amazing. But it's I'm taking them by the numbers. One thing I have done, I don't know if you were around Friday, probably, I don't remember. I'm having the system is running live here. I don't know why that's not backing up, but come on, IRT, god damn it. There we go. So this was a system, this was the trade. System's running live. I did not take this trade, and that's kind of, I'm glad, obviously, but because the A trigger was just getting out of this scratch, and frankly just didn't notice this. Had gone out for tea or whatever else. When we got back in, it was already over, so lucky me. Because this would have been a long, which wouldn't have worked out at all. So it's kind of cool that this is working. It's doing the trades as the day progresses. So that gives me a double edge to figure out whether the signals and all the rules are in the right spot. And here we are. Yeah, so we're in the power hour. What I was going to say was some things to do with statistics and actually figuring this all out. The first thing that's important to know is that win rate of and by itself is useless. It's just basically clickbait that YouTube folks use. you can have a 95% win rate and go broke in 10 trades if you have a risk to reward ratio that's upside down. That's the key. Now, win rate is an important part of the expectancy formula. No question about it. But of and by itself, it's just useless. Probably the most important things, in my opinion, are the R factor, or the risk to reward ratio, and your expectancy, which does include the win rate. So what's the story here, and what I do is with the back testing now. These are the scheduled or the signal trades as sent from the trading system, which I use for back testing. What I'm going to do right now is take that signal off of here, just so back test doesn't have some crazy effect. All right, now the system is no longer on the chart or being pushed to the chart. So the system is not doing anything now. It's thinking about it, but it's not doing anything. So the way that this is important to work is to back test. And this is the only way that I know of to do let's just do 500 days, why not? To do an accurate analysis of your statistics, and that you can really, something you can rely on for your edge. So now to back test 500 historical days, trading days, with all of these rules, and the backtest engine is going to go through each rule, every one of these rules, through each 1 minute bar over 500 days. Let me make sure I set that up. Two, doop. Yeah, okay. Okay, it went back over 493 days. Took 5 seconds. This is the micro. Took 722 trades, long and short. So there's the maximum, that's great. Average, the average winner took 7 and 7. Maximum losers, maximum winners, that's kind of an anomaly. That's a little strange to me. I would want to investigate that, to be honest about it. And then what I do here is I use this one. Hold on, what are you doing up there? So here we have 722 trades. Total wins are 245. Losses are 219. Average loser is $30. Average winner is 65.74. Say 66. Okay. So there we go. There's 258 scratches. There's a win rate, loss rate, expectancy per trade, and the risk reward, or the R factor. Now you know you have something to lean on, and that's what I'm doing. Also, with the IRT backtest engine, you can go back through each and every trade, going back to December 19th of 2023 at 10:33 in the morning. We put on a long trade and we got a T1 target and we got stopped, and that's a scratch right there. You can do every one of them, all 722 of them. that is real data. Now, how long would it take you to do this manually? You'd have to be, you live longer than Methuselah, I think, if you did that. I originally started putting these levels on here and zones to be able to help myself visually do it manually, and I realized that's just a fool's game. So I put my focus back onto creating the rules here in IRT. That, to me, is definitely proven to be the best and the most foolproof system. If you want to optimize this strategy, you can do so. What I'm looking for now is to figure out the next setup I can start vetting. And what I have done here also is, which I did point out earlier, but now that we're in the backtest mode, make sure I've got that in there. These are 12 back tests, right, with various different parameters around stop. This was basically trying to figure out a reasonable trailing stop, moving the stop to break even or trailing it up to a specific value after the price had gotten somewhere else, you know what I mean? A bunch of what if stuff. And I was able to do that. Each one of these back tests took 5 seconds to run, and it took me longer to figure out how I wanted to approach the various, in some sort of a logical fashion, to approach these what ifs over here. And then I have all of the numbers that you could possibly want. It's the only way I know to do this and have this be a real deal. So one other thing that I've started doing now, which is important, as I've said a bunch of times, I suppose, this is the reason I'm doing micros. This is a real money live account with AMP brokerage and my money funded. So what I decided was the best approach here was to set myself up a method to mathematically determine when I would be able to move or size up from micros to minis. And my premise is this, that I will trade minis or micros with a risk neutral 2-lot package until the P&L is 1.33 times or percent the risk neutral 2-lot on the full mini stop. In other words, I'm going to trade micros until the account has increased $300, which is 300 plus 300 and a third, which makes it another 100, right? So that's $400. At that point, I can trade a mini. If I stop out, back to the micro. If I get targets, good for me. And this is what I've done for November so far, where I am, and this is today's scratch. So here you are. This is the only real way I could think to, to do this with actual, and not just be going at it like I'm killing snakes, but to do this with a method and a process. So that's the new thing I'm going to do, and I'll keep this up day to day. All right. Now, let's see. That pretty much, backtesting is pretty much straightforward, I mean, the rules are here, the signals, there's the A, the B, the trigger, A, the B, the A and the trigger together. This one I didn't take. And I'm glad I missed it, because I just missed seeing it. But I did take this one, and it's a scratch, which is on right here, exactly. So that's how I'm approaching this whole thing to compound and grow my account. Again, it's real money and none of that prop stuff anymore after that. distasteful experience with the Top Step boys. And come to find out, I'm not the only guy even in static. Harry had the same thing happen to him in static. Yeah, pretty crazy. I can't imagine the number of people out there the number of traders that got hosed like that. That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. And here's my workflow for the these columns. Whenever a level has been hit, I change the text to black. I know it's been, so I know it's not live anymore. That's pretty much it. I got nothing really else to throw out there. I'll do the pre-market or the wrap-up at the bottom of the hour, and then we'll have the market on close at 50. And I'll look forward to a walk down the street and then straight into nap 30 before I have to put on my soccer dad hat and start getting TAM organized and off. All right. That's as much as I've got to say at the moment. Okay. Minute and a half, and we're going to get those beauties are going to jump right over here. typing in the chat there just to make sure the thing's working, Richard. No big deal. Okay, there you go. There's the market on close orders. Did you don't blink or you miss them? I was busy reading one of these flunkies over here talking about how rate cuts. So Moran and Waller are the two out of the two, I guess. And there's the market on close and balance. There we go. Ooh, look at here. 2,327,000,000 buy side S&P. 453 million buy side NASDAQ, 946 million buy side the Dow, and 511 million buy side Mag 7. 2,327,000,000 S&P contracts. Imagine what that's worth every tick. And we are pretty sure that they're hunting down our stops. Maybe not. Maybe not. All right. Well, remember about the critical tool in your shed there, and get out and do something for yourself, especially your eyes and your health. You know, get your breathing up, your heart rate up, your blood pressure moving. Get your eyes rested up and get some oxygen pumping through there. That's really important. Really. No use for these guys. Most of them, unfortunately. That's probably a bad attitude, but okay, we're going to get a signal. Well, one on, one off, no problem. A scratch, there you go. And that's trading. That's the joy of trading. No problem. No problem at all on my end. Gonna go out with a whimper. All right, 5 minutes. All right. Wow. 30 seconds. Look at here. A whimper. Well, if you got short or you were trading mean reversions, it was a real fine day, and congratulations. I was in there, but I got swept, and I'm scratched, and I didn't get another signal, so there you go. And there we are for the wrap-up on this day. The 17th of November, 2025, a Monday. I'll see you all tomorrow at 0800. Thanks for stopping by. Subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff. Have a good one. What am I doing now? Oh, yes.